Okay, welcome to the last day of this year's DLA conference. In the last 2 days, we again able to experience excellent lectures and exciting discussions. Before we start with our program, I have to make some recommendations. So first of all, we would like to make a group photo. This is a little bit complicated this year. So we would like to invite everybody at 4 o'clock in our networking space. So there, everybody will have a picture and it's possible to make our group photo. So please be there at 4 o'clock. The second thing is, please, for the discussion, use our chat function so that we are able to get your information and we can discuss your questions. And the last thing, unfortunately, we have to repeat the vote of our poster competition. So please use the functions in the platform. So I'm pleased to welcome our Dean, Professor Elena Kastanova from our university for the opening today. And I would like to give you the stage to make your welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Faculty and College of Agriculture, Ecotrophy and Landscape Development of Anhalt University, we, together with Matthias Pitsch, cordially welcome you to the DLA conference, to the last day. And first of all, our congratulations to Professor Erich Buhmann, who works as global networker, who brought also in year 2021 the most updated technologies together and most active specialists who always think on a new generation and integrate students and alumni community in this great event for brainstorming for the better world. Thank you, Erich. All the topic of the DLA conferences every year contribute very much for our teaching, applied research and transfer projects. Our department has about 2,000 students and offers study programs for agricultural management for big scale companies, programs for food and nutrition science with the health aspects, nature conservation and landscape planning, and landscape architecture together with environmental planning. We deal with technologies for improvement of the quality of life. And this is affected not only by GDP, but by many social and ecological living conditions. The digital technologies are important booster to that solutions. First complex of our projects is agriculture and biodiversity. Our research question is how to combine the high capacity agri-production with conservation of habitats and landscape. The European Union requires many greening instruments, but the measurement of the efficiency is still in discussion. We have many test areas with local farmers integrated in existing farming system. One of my favorite examples is the detection and localization of ground breeders like skylarks. The digital technologies help to monitor, while human being will work as disturbing factor. Second example are the implication of wildflower strips along the fields. Here the habitat quality and quantity, for example, of insects, wild bees or butterflies should be measured because it costs money and it costs agriculture producers always less harvest. More successful are the greening with native species of local origin, and this is our offer and also praxis-oriented projects for our farmers in the region. Management of cultural landscapes includes more and more farmland, precision farming and digital farming. We are one of the first universities in Germany with a new professor for digital farming, having technology since 1995. We are active in second complex smart cities with many active projects for Bamberg and Dessau and other cities in the region and beyond. By the way, we even have wine yard with public events and research on the wine quality and biodiversity It's our third mission for City Bamberg, for example. Other examples here are city planner for Bamberg integrated with visualization, information, and social networking. For us, it is very relevant as smart region application, not only smart city. Planning and management of infrastructure like schools, kindergartens, based in the analyzing demographic trends and so on. All these trends, we were like trendsetters, but also today and last 2 days, you have discussed a lot of new application in these areas. And the third point is visualization became more and more important by the overloading of the information of the decision maker. We have a research and business incubator for AR and VR. We tested our results during International Green Week in Berlin by our Minister of Agriculture, just to show her how the landscape, agricultural landscape with biodiversity will look like. And he was very impressed afterwards by watching the visitors whom we also shown this example, how fast could be they convinced to apply new landscape. In my native country, Belarus, we say it is better one time to see than 100 times to hear. And I think that exactly now these days you developed more better solutions for how to convince different people, different decision makers, and new innovative environmental solutions. For the nature-based solutions, please visit our campus. We will show you living walls, biodiversity in the decorative garden architecture. That's no weeds, yeah? That's all biodiversity by us. And innovative products as, for example, rhubarber wine or bamboo gin. I also want to thank for support my colleague Stefan Strauss, and congratulations to the team who make this event possible on this high technical standard. Cooperation is something special about what we proud at the Anhalt University. I wish you really many ideas for today, also many ideas as result of your discussions of last days, and I'm sure that the results of the DLR conference 2021 will offer a multi-use toolkit for improving the quality of life in many regions of the globalized world.
So, Elena, thank you very much for this welcome speech. As the second speaker of today, I would like to welcome Matthias Der as a representative of the Chamber of Architects. He is a self-employed landscape architect in Halle-Saale here in Saxony-Anhalt, a member of the Federation of German Landscape Architects, and represents them in the Chamber of Architects. So thank you very much for being here today, and now it's your stage.
Hallo, Servus. Ich kann Sie nicht hören.
So it's.
Können Sie mich hören?
Jetzt müsste die Stummschaltung aufgehoben sein, hoffe ich. Hören Sie mich? Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, ich freue mich, Sie als Mitglied des Vorstandes der Architektenkammer Sachsen-Anhalts begrüßen und Ihnen die Grüße von unserem Präsidenten, Herrn Professor Axel Teichert, überbringen zu dürfen. Unsere Architektenkammer feiert in diesem Jahr ihr 30-jähriges Bestehen. Die damalige Gründung war eine unmittelbare Folge der deutschen Wiedervereinigung am 3. Oktober 1990. Als eine der kleineren Architektenkammern in Deutschland zählen wir insgesamt 1015 Architekten, Landschaftsarchitekten, Innenarchitekten und Stadtplaner als unsere Mitglieder. Von den 80 eingetragenen Landschaftsarchitekten sind 36 als freie Landschaftsarchitekten und damit in der Regel als Büroinhaber gelistet. In den verschiedenen Länderkammern in Deutschland sind es insgesamt 8038 Landschaftsarchitekten als Mitglieder eingetragen. Derzeit bestimmen Themen wie Klimawandel und die notwendigen Reaktionen in der Pflanzenverwendung, Regenwassermanagement, sowohl hinsichtlich Starkregenereignisse als auch extreme Trockenperioden, sowie auch eine nachhaltige, umweltschonende Materialverwendung die Diskussionen der Landschaftsarchitekten. Auch Building Information Modeling als zukünftige Arbeitsmethode tritt zunehmend in Fachgesprächen auf, wenn auch die praktische Umsetzung bisher nur punktuell und in Pilotprojekten in der Landschaftsarchitektur verbreitet ist. Die Einführung einer Fachgruppe Building Information Modeling auf der Ebene der Bundesarchitektenkammer fördert dieses Thema und ermöglicht auch den Austausch von Architekten und Landschaftsarchitekten. Auch auf der Landesebene in Sachsen-Anhalt ist ein Cluster zum Thema Building Information Modeling im Entstehen, in dem zukünftig Architekten, Landschaftsarchitekten und auch Ingenieure Schnittstellen und Zusammenarbeit ausloten. Insofern erwarten wir mit Spannung Ihre Beiträge und Impulse für unsere zukünftige Arbeit und wünschen Ihnen eine ergebnisreiche Konferenz. Vielen Dank.
So thank you, Mr. Der, for this introduction and for the welcoming speech. So now I am pleased that Dr. Kauer will give an impulse on BIM in Europe for this year DLA 2021. Unfortunately, he is not able to be here in person, so he kindly provided us a short video. Mr. Kauer is an expert regarding digitalization, GIS and BIM with 25 years of IT background. He is COO of Robotic Eyes firm, co-initiator of the BIM World Munich and the BIM Day Germany. So let's have a look on his video.
Hello, my name is Joseph Kauer. I'm the chairman of BIM Days Germany, or in Germany we say BIM Tage Deutschland. BIM Tage Deutschland is currently the largest BIM hybrid event in Germany with expected around 3,000 participants over the 3 days, starting on the 20th of September. Thank you, Professor Buhmann, for inviting me to give an impulse note to the DLA 2021 in Dessau, Germany. Building information modeling is a growing industry within the construction segment. In fact, BIM is not that new. It started around 25 years ago, similar to GIS, but the technical background created a perfect environment to the current boost of BIM technology, kind of like cloud collaboration. So according to the BIM magazine, 3 years ago, 26% of the AEC companies considered BIM as a very important strategy for their future. This year, actually, this number has grown to 76% of all companies in the BIM or AEC segment. So around 150,000 people worldwide are working in this segment. According to LinkedIn, they have a job title, and more than 20,000 people here in Germany work with BIM related job. This is what is triggering BIM and the BIM success. One certainly is the willingness of the new generation to collaborate. The world has become more and more complex, and to reduce mistakes, collaboration working style helps overall. The second thing is the technology has changed. Cloud technology, vice versa, less desktop working, more visual communication, more 3D, less text, and multi-cloud environments, less vice versa data silos. This will also affect the integration of BIM and GIS, BIM and land management information systems, BIM and smart city planning. In fact, an expert group currently is working on the integration of these segments. The group is called the Integrated Digital Built Environment, the IDBE. And so the communication with IFC, City GML, and Land Infra is harmonized. But what is the overall vision behind that? In fact, the world is working on a digital, real-time digital twin of the Earth. So similar like 15 years ago when Google Maps was launched, or Bing Maps from Microsoft, or other digital globes were launched with a static digital twin of the Earth. Now we are ready, technological-wise, ready to create a living digital twin of the Earth. So lots of self-driving cars are capturing, based on LiDAR, real-time information about where we are living. Drones are flying and capturing, planes are flying and capturing, and IoT sensors are delivering constantly updates of data in our environment. So imagine a world where we have sort of a 4D holodeck in the future, where we step in with hybrid eyes capabilities and get the relevant data of a certain area in real time with 4D, so also historical data and maybe even future data assisted by AI. So we are in sort of a future, on a path to a large big data lake of a real living digital twin of the Earth as a single source of truth for real-time decisions assisted by AI, artificial intelligence, in order to make better decisions and in a more convenient way. So this is the overall vision, and BIM will be part of this vision, and land information systems and GIS systems will be sort of integrated in this larger environment. I wish you all a very successful DLA 2021. I hope I could give you some overview and impact on what's going on in the industry. And at the end, I have a small gift for you all. All participants of the DLA 2021 are also very welcome to join us as the BIM days in Germany in September, and all of you will get a free virtual entry ticket. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me, and have a successful DLA 2021.
So thank you, Mr. Kauer, for your presentation. So I like the idea of a real-time digital twin of the Earth, and hopefully we are able to create things like that. So thank you for your invitation to the BIM Days Germany in September, which I'm sure many will be happy to accept. Hopefully we can meet there again in person. So, and now it gives me a great pleasure to welcome Professor Dr. Thomas Kolbe to his opening keynote. I think he is certainly known to many of the participants of the DLA conference. He had been here many times the last years. So key areas of his research field are virtual 3D city and landscape models, city system modeling, and smart cities. He is significantly involved in the development of the international CityGML standard for semantic 3D city and landscape models. After being chair of Department of Geoinformation Technology at Technical University Berlin, he was appointed in 2012 head of the geoinformatics at the Technical University of Munich. So thank you very much for being here today. I'm looking forward for your lecture. Oh. So I'm sorry, I've heard there are some technical issues with Mr. Kolbe. So we try to solve the problem so that he will be here in a few seconds, hopefully. So again, I want to recommend everybody to be at 4 o'clock in the afternoon in our networking area. So please prepare there a picture of you so that we can make our group photo. And the second thing, again, please vote for the posters so that we can finalize the competition. So hopefully we are able to solve the problems. Okay, I heard he is in contact. So.
Hi, my name is Laura Wilhelm and I have a background in geoecology and environmental planning. And currently I'm working as an environmental planner in Munich. Last year I got the chance to write my master thesis at the chair of geoinformatics at the Technical University of Munich about a very current issue, BIM. As the BIM method involves through all disciplines of construction building, environmental planning needs also to get on track and needs a shift to a multidimensional planning approach. So new ways and methods have to be developed. Together with Andreas Donabauer and Professor Thomas Kolbe, we developed a way to integrate BIM and environmental planning in a standardized way. As an environmental planner, I usually work with GIS, so the aim of our integration concept was to use a model from the geospatial domain and to keep it standardized, as there are many tools and software used in BIM and GIS. So for a number of reasons I will give you in my presentation, we decided to extend CityGML to develop a model for environmental planning and in order to combine construction data and environmental data at one platform, and especially to allow a 4D BIM for environmental planning. I'm looking forward to the DLA 2021. See you there.
Hi, my name is Mike Shilton. I'm a landscape architect and director of project management at Keysoft Solutions, where we develop landscape software that complies to BIM standards. I'm also chair of the Landscape Institute UK Digital Practice Group. This is a cross-industry group of like-minded individuals that seek to advise and promote digital transformation within landscape, of which building information modelling is a key part. We seek to provide that advancement of knowledge through technical, spatial data and digital arboriculture work streams and a new emerging technologies digital realities group. Our most notable contribution to date has been the BIM for Landscape book, and we're adding advice on top of that to the profession through technical workshops, awareness events, and technical guidance notes. We're keen to engage with other industry bodies, both in UK and Europe, and I'm looking forward to meeting you all virtually at the Digital Landscape Architecture Conference in May. Bye for now.
I'm Guifeng Wang, a PhD student at the Hungarian University of Agriculture and Life Sciences. In recent decades, China and Hungary are experiencing
The Bauhaus Dessau facilities have hosted our International Digital Landscape Conference for many years. This year, however, the virtual conference is being produced and broadcast from Anhalt University's Curtin campus, some 20 kilometers away. Curtin was once home to Johannes Sebastian Bach. Here he wrote his Brandenburg Concerto. We will broadcast presentations and offer discussions with more than 80 experts from over 20 countries. As always, planning the conference takes place at the Bernburg campus, where students are enrolled in landscape architecture. Here, there is current research on drone use and augmented reality, as well as experimental planning. Digital technologies are essential in dealing with climate change.
Hello, my name is Travis Floor and I'm an assistant professor at the Pennsylvania State University. And my areas of interest in research are in creating climate resilient communities, in particular using geospatial methods and technologies and simulations to understand urban heat island effects and wildfire risk. In this DLA, I'm excited that I'll be presenting the outcomes of a virtual studio space that we created for our planting methods here at Penn State this last fall. In light of the COVID epidemic and our virtual classes as they moved online. I look forward to seeing and meeting you all and hope you have a great DLA conference. Bye.
I'm Peter Stempel. I'm an associate professor of landscape architecture with a focus on water-related resilience at the Pennsylvania State University. When people ask me what I do, I often tell them that I destroy cities. It's more accurate to say that I create realistic visualizations of climate and hazard impacts to landscapes and communities. I test the way that these visualizations alter perceptions of risk and alter the perceived legitimacy of forecast outcomes. I do some work around climate and environmental justice, and I do a lot of work integrating ocean models such as AdCirc and wind models with qualitative data to improved hurricane impact forecasting. I came to doing this work in a circuitous way. I started my career as a sculptor. I became a community architect and had a thriving practice for many years. I did some activism, but I also ran a nonprofit that did planning work in small communities. This led me to do a mid-career PhD and return to my lifelong love of teaching. So I'm really excited to be here at DLA, where I get to meet some of the people I've been citing for all these years, and also where I think I'm going to find my people. I'm really looking forward to joining you.
Hi, my name is Jörg Kitke. I'm that guy who always said that fieldwork would not be an option, but mandatory. Yeah, great. Now I'm sitting here in quarantine, in home office, etc., like everyone does. But I have to say that the crisis that we are in also offers a great chance to widen our methodologies of studio work as well. I could not travel with my students for the past studios, of course, but what we did was traveling kind of digitally, if you will. We call it remote wayfaring and digital fieldwork. It is a very trivial action, but it was an addition to our studio methodology, which I find extremely interesting. Suddenly, we can travel to places where we could never travel in reality, even if we could travel currently. And this I find very, very interesting. A crisis is always a moment of new possibilities, and I really hope that for the digital landscape architecture community, this is also seen as a chance.
Hi, my name is Ilya Vukolev, and I'm teaching digital design methods at the BTU Cottbus-Senftenberg. That's in university in a city very near to Berlin. In the city Kassel, I'm running an architectural landscape urbanist office called Loma, together with my partners Petra Brunhofer, who's an architect as I am, and Wolfgang Schück, who is a landscape architect and urbanist. Here in the office, we are also dealing with digital methods and trying to merge all these three disciplines as much as possible. At the university, I'm teaching students to deal with digital instruments in their projects. We are trying to figure out how these instruments are in fact influencing design, well, quite a lot, and how the architectural fabrication is changing also with these methods. End of May, we are organizing an AI symposium. It's called AI AF 2021 Symposium in Cottbus. It's an online symposium, and it's about dedicated to AI methods in architecture. I'm looking forward for this conference quite a lot, and yeah, would like to see you there. And so this is from me. See you there. Bye.
I'm Stephen Irvin. I live in the woody suburbs at 42.5 degrees north latitude. On a fair day, I can bicycle to my work at Harvard's Design School in about a half an hour.
I'm surrounded by New England granite in my garden, and I've long been enchanted with the way in which the built world and the natural world intersect and can be designed. My first inkling of the digital landscape was in the late 1970s when I was a graduate student and the newly released Apple II computer gave a new medium for expression. More recently, I've been thinking about the ways in which digital artifacts can inhabit the landscape for smart and responsive environments to go along with the smart cities much of the world will live in. Lately, I've been building some microprocessor-controlled LED-based garden ornaments to go along with the granite and birch trees in my garden. This is one idea of what a digital landscape might look like.
Hi, I'm Mark Meyer, a former GIS master student with a background in environmental science and an interest in landscape architecture and interactive landscape design. At Wageningen University, which is located in the Netherlands, I worked on creating an interactive, tangible landscape modeling environment within Tangible Landscape. This environment is used to design new waterways in a Dutch context. As water plays a very important role in the Netherlands, redesigning our rivers is key, as we're constantly working on and changing our hydrological systems. I'm very much interested in the interface between landscape modeling and new ways of representative and especially interactive design. I'm looking forward to meeting you all at this Digital Landscape Architecture Conference in May, and I'm looking forward to being very much inspired by all the amazing work that has been done. All the best.
Hi, my name's Wendy. I'm a lecturer in landscape architecture at the University of Melbourne. This is our School of Design. There we are. I look forward to seeing you all in a few weeks.
Hi, my name is Andreas Luca and I'm a German horticulturist and landscape designer living in Silicon Valley, researching, teaching and consulting at BIM for landscape architects. My whole career was formed by the dual relationship between trees and digital technology. I started my career after graduation from the University of Horticulture in Budapest at a tree nursery in Dresden, developing software for tree nursery management, and moved soon from growing trees in a nursery to planting trees on construction site, and then to the Office of Open Space in the municipality of Dachau for planning, tendering and supervising urban tree planting and development in the city of Dachau. After 12 years of public service, I joined the office of Rainer Schmidt Landscape Architects in Munich. I developed their workflows, they're now known as BIM, 3D modeling and data extraction. In 2005, I moved to China to lead Rainer Schmidt and GTL's Common Representative Office in Beijing. We had a strong relationship with the Design Institute of Professor Hu at Tsinghua University, and soon I found myself teaching digital technologies for younger colleagues in this department. This relationship lasts until today, and even living in California, I return from time to China to teach. In one of these courses, the idea emerged for BIM trees, tailored for BIM application, and I'm happy to show this on this conference.
I'm Guifeng Wang, a PhD student at the Hungarian University of Agriculture and Life Sciences. In recent decades, China and Hungary are experiencing landscape fragmentation and habitat loss due to urbanization. So my research topic is spatial optimization to analyze and plan ecological networks in Wuhe, China, and in Budapest, Hungary, to mitigate the damage caused by intensified land use. I use morphological spatial pattern analysis to choose circle areas, then use conifer to select the important nodes. Finally, simulate the ecological connectivity networks for multi-dispersal scenarios. Based on the kernel resistance, we can say the area of red color represents the high connectivity. The area of blue color represents the low connectivity. So in future planning, landscape planners should build green space in high connectivity areas. I'm happy to share my research ideas and meet excellent professors and students here. I do hope I can learn from all of you. See you soon. Bye bye.
Okay. So, welcome everybody. A little bit late. I had to struggle a bit with Zoom problems because I was just kicked out of the Zoom meeting and I was not allowed to reconnect again because I was considered as the conference punk by Zoom. And nevertheless, fortunately, the technical team was able to resolve the problems. And so I hope you can all see my screen and you can hear me. First of all, congratulations for the great conference, and thank you for having me invited to the Digital Landscape Architecture Conference 2021. I would like to talk today a bit about the term digital twin, a digital landscape twin, because we see a lot in recently about terminologies being used like digital twins. We see also the word building information modeling, or the term building information modeling, being used now in the context of digital landscape architecture. There is also, of course, the possibility to use the term landscape information modeling. And at the end of my presentation, I will also call out to you and to this community to think about recoining that term again, and probably not just wandering on the paths of BIM. So that's one outlook for this. And of course, also GIS also plays a role in that. However, often GIS is being used as something like a discussion point between BIM and GIS interoperability, which is also a little bit of difficult because BIM is a method and GIS is a system. And so there are a couple of fuzzy usages of these terms. And I would like today shed a bit light on this term digital landscape twin, or digital twin at first, and then make some statements about digital landscape twins. And because I see the digital twin developments, or the are a good starting point to merge all of the others and to be something like an umbrella for BIM, for LIM, for GIS, but for many other kinds of digital models too. Okay, let's just start with a short view. So I hope you can see my 3D view here. Some people will obviously recognize what this is. This is New York City, but of course this is in the southern part of Manhattan. And so, of course, this is already a digital model. And is it also a digital twin? What about this? Now, this is the point cloud. I switched on the point cloud, and now we can browse through New York City and see basically everything provided in a textured point cloud. So, is this the digital twin? Is this a digital twin? Obviously, this is not BIM. This is not a building information model. This is also not a landscape information model, because I cannot really click on here and I get information that this is a specific tree of a specific species, etc. So this information here is missing. Let's switch to a different view. This is Munich, and this is Google Maps. So Google Maps 3D, and you can see it looks graphically much nicer. But in principle, the next question would be again here. You can see the buildings, you can even identify them, you can identify the cars. This is the Englischer Garten, the famous park area in Munich. And what you can see also, it's 3D, so I can also zoom and fly around and turn around. So this is all possible. Again, my question is this the digital twin? And I would say it depends on who you ask. If you ask those companies, those people who generate these kind of 3D mesh models, they would answer, yes, that's the digital twin. And the question is, are they right or are they wrong? And is this really a twin? Here's a third view. That third view is, this is a 3D city model of Tokyo. And recently, there were 35 cities, big cities in Japan, who made available their city models, open data. And this is a city GML model from Tokyo. And this was loaded into a database and then exported. And so you can now browse and see, and you can see it's not just the buildings, it also has the bridges, and there are tunnels, and there's also information about water bodies, etc. So all of these kind of things are represented in here. And if I move my mouse pointer, you can already see there is a certain highlighting of objects. And so here we do not only have the visualization of things, but you can also see, for example, attributes with specific information about these buildings. And so these kind of information is stored together with the buildings. And so this is already quite coming close to what many people think about an information model. Probably for a BIM perspective, from a BIM perspective, it is of course rather a rough model, or not a very rich model, but it is an information model. And so in this case, it's modeled using CityGML. But now the question is again, is this the digital twin, or can I claim, or can we claim this is the digital twin of Tokyo? And in order to answer that, I think we need to have a closer look at what are digital twins. And so I tried to come up with a short discussion about that. So basically, you can say that digital twins is a real object of interest, is represented by a digital counterpart, the digital twin, and that the data on operating states and changes is accumulated over the entire life cycle. So starting from the design of a real world object and going into over the production phase, and then also in the operating phase. That is a concept that is originally developed in the context of Industry 4.0. And this started already more than 10 years ago. And first in the fields of mechanical engineering, aerospace, spaceflight. For example, NASA already used the term digital twin quite a long time ago. I think even nearly 20 years ago, first time. And however, now it has been adopted more and more by industry over the last 10 years. And it's mostly used in the context of mechanical devices or electronic devices. However, of course, it's now more and more being transferred to the notion of our environment. So it could be a landscape, digital landscape twin. It could be a digital urban twin. And now what is also important is that the twin is connected to its real and physical counterparts via sensor observations. And in Industry 4.0, typically the Internet of Things is being used to facilitate that. When we look at some definitions, when you look up definitions for digital twins, you will find many. There's not the one globally adopted and agreed definition there. And this is the definition of the German Informatics Society. So I translated that, and it simply says the digital twin is a digital representation of a tangible or intangible object or process from the real world in the digital world. And what is interesting here, they also state that it is irrelevant whether the counterpart already exists in the real world or will exist in the future, which also means that you can have and you can create a digital representation like a plan, like a landscape planning, and objects which have to be constructed or which have to be designed in the future can also exist already in the digital form, maybe later on even as in the real world. They facilitate a cross-cutting exchange of data. And what is also important is they are more than just data. And typically the digital twin consists of models of the represented object or process, and can also contain simulations, algorithms, and services that describe or influence the properties or behavior of the represented object or process, or offer services about it. So when we talk about digital twins, we have to keep in mind that the digital twin is not just a digital representation. It's not just the model, but it also comprises these other aspects here. And of course, also there is a certain form of linking, which has to be looked at. Another definition for digital twins is shown here from the company Deloitte. So they have defined it in a very concise statement and say that digital twin can be defined fundamentally as an evolving digital profile of the historical and current behavior of a physical object or process that helps to optimize business performance. Of course, the business performance aspect may not be so immediate in the first place in the landscape architecture or in landscape modeling, but of course, in the long run or in the end, of course, also you have to achieve certain goals with a landscape design, and you want to maintain certain degrees of sustainability, of also energy demand, etc., for things that you want to create in the real world. There are also further statements, and one is about that the digital twin is based on massive cumulative, which is also important, real-time, real-world data measurements across an array of dimensions. And this is not just means spatial dimensions. It really means all kinds of dimensions. It could be the spatial dimensions, of course, but of course also the temporal. But then we also have a lot of other dimensions like costs, like energy demand, etc. So you can also think about different kinds of indicators as also being something that can be measured, and which also make up another dimension in this regard. And so one more important point is, and that's also an important statement here, is that clearly the world of a physical process or object and its digital twin analog are vastly more complex than a single model or framework can depict. And this already gives us an indication that probably a BIM model or a landscape information model or a GIS model itself could not be considered itself as a digital twin. So it's not sufficient. If you look at digital twins in industry, again, let's have a closer look. You can say, okay, the digital twin for each specimen of a turbine comprises of model data, manufacturing specific data. So are there any anomalies in the production of a certain turbine? You have the calibration protocols and all kinds of things. You have the logs of all measurements recorded during operation. So, and you also have maintenance reports, which also are part of the digital twin of such a device. And of course, you can think about transferring this to the idea of landscapes and digital landscape models. Because of course, also in landscapes, you can think about parts of the landscape not just being documented in a GIS or in a BIM system, but also having reports, plans, even maybe digitized documents from the past, which also describe the provenience or the history of a certain land plot. What are the benefits of this idea of the digital twins? Is first of all, you gain a comprehensive cumulative documentation of real objects. So this is not just a list, not just an inventory list, but you also get operational data on this, and you have specimen-specific properties. So that means not just general properties which belong to a specific type of object, but really for each object, the very individual performances. You have measurements of properties during operation, and which can also be taken into account. You can calculate and estimate the system state and system performance, and you can derive indicators which are based on the data of the digital object. And this is already coming interestingly close to the idea of geodesign, because geodesign has one important aspect, and it's basically the impact evaluation of planned landscape processes or landscape design processes. So if you make a plan to modify the landscape for a specific reason or project, then of course in geodesign an important aspect is to be able to quickly assess the possible impacts. And yeah, this is also covered here. And applications, of course, are also to monitor, control physical objects and systems. You can also use it for hazard detection of exceptional conditions, operating conditions. You can optimize operation for devices like turbines. You can do predictive maintenance, but of course, predictive maintenance can also apply to the landscape. So if you think about maybe that after some years you have a degradation of maybe soil quality, and maybe you need to do some fertilization, so that can also can be considered as predictive maintenance. And what if scenarios, and this is especially attractive because you can modify the digital twin according to some scenarios that you have in mind, and then you can estimate the impact on the system. And without doing it in reality, you can already estimate what would be the impact. In many papers that you find on the internet or in the scientific community, you can see that people also make some further distinctions of digital twins. So what you often see is a distinction which is made according to the degree of coupling or the tightness of coupling between the physical object and the digital object. And for example, there is a suggestion to say you should distinguish between digital model, digital shadow, and digital twin by having a look at the coupling of these two entities. And if you see, the dashed line simply means there is a manual data flow. So for example, we have the real world, somebody's going out there doing some measurements and maybe creating a catalog, etc., and then creating that, typing that into the computer, generating maybe a 2D or a 3D model from that. That is basically then this step here. And then maybe based on your design, you will then later on hand out and generate plans, which are then handed over to landscape architects, which or also to engineers, which then modify the reality according to that. In the digital shadow, the coupling is tight between the physical object and the digital object, which simply means you have some sort of automated updating, automated processes that monitor the things that you're interested in. This is rather or easier for a turbine. Of course, it's much more difficult for landscape. But still, you can see already with the more satellites that are now observing the Earth and also using drones, you can possibly also create rather tight coupling between the physical object and the digital object. And then finally, the digital twin also has a tight coupling from the digital object back to the physical object. And for example, this is the case when the digital object controls, for example, the physical object. Maybe you have something like a pump, or you have something like lighting system, then maybe the digital lighting system controls the real lighting system, or the same could be done with traffic in cities that can be controlled. But you can also think about having a plan, having a digital model, and then you have maybe a 3D printer creating a building or a bridge or whatever. You can also think about using all kinds of machinery that modifies the landscape automatically based from the digital object. But I would just like to add, this is also typically, there are debates on whether this kind of separation should be made, and that only the right side here is then considered a digital twin. Second page on benefits that you get is, of course, you can design now real systems with the help of digital objects. And first, digital objects are planned, which are subsequently built as real product, estimation of costs, as well as material and energy requirements. If you read this or hear this from me, then you would probably say, okay, we are doing that already for decades. So that means, of course, yeah, in your profession, in the digital landscape architecture, you're already using digital objects in order to plan, in order to make plans for real world changes. But that was not the case in, for example, for machinery and electronical products in the past. But what is, of course, also maybe something that you are already aware of is simulation of real systems on the basis of digital objects. But this is also getting more and more traction as the data sets, also landscape data sets and building models, for example, are getting much richer regarding the information content. We can do also more kinds of simulations with this. And of course, you can then construct real systems based on digital objects. So one possibility is to produce construction plans. Another one is to that you also derive the processes to construct something, and then also the monitoring of the manufacturing process by comparing current production status with a digital model. And finally, digital manufacturing, which can be, which simply means you have a full automated process which shapes reality according to your digital model. And so conclusion is that there is a high benefit in all phases of the life cycle of the real world objects and entities that you are looking at. One thing that is also needs to take into account, especially when we talk about landscape, digital landscape twins, because the landscape in reality is a complex thing. So, you know, of course, you have trees, you have water bodies, you have roads, you have buildings, you have all kinds of things which are outside in the landscape. And so therefore, we have a complex thing. And that complex thing typically consists of components. So we may have 4 components or n components in the in the end, which make up our object. And then even each component again can consist of parts, and this can go on recursively. So even the components can further consist of further parts, and etc., etc. So we have some kind of aggregation hierarchy here. And I now show how this means in terms for city models, but of course this can directly be transferred also to landscape models. So for example, we have a complex object like a city district that could also be a geographic area for a landscape. And then on the other side, we have components like a building. The building consists of objects like walls, roofs, and maybe also additional things like a solar module on the roof, etc. So we have this kind of decomposition. And the same, of course, is true for all the other kinds of objects. And so that means a city district, but also a landscape, is of course a complex thing and has to take into account this kind of aggregation hierarchy. So you can, as we seen before, objects of a city or landscape consist of separate parts, and the parts in turn consist of parts, and so on. And in principle, each part can or must have its own digital twin. So when we talk about the digital twin of the landscape, in fact, we are not just talking about one object or one digital representation. We are talking about the individual constituents of the landscape, which also must have their digital twins. And if we look closer, even they have also their individual digital twins. So it means the digital twin is already something complex and consisting of many things. And so in the end, the digital twin of a city or landscape is composed of the twins of the components of the city or the landscape and the relationships between those individual digital twins. And now, what information aspects need to be considered when we look at the physical environment? So first of all, identity is an important aspect. So objects are delimited from each other, can be named individually, and we can distinguish one tree from the next tree, and we can distinguish one building from the next building, and even also maybe one part of a river from another part of the river. We typically classify things, which is quite common. Then we have spatial properties, and we can also derive quantities from that: area, volume, height, etc. We have thematic properties or domain-specific data, and which is information of general relevance to this object, to this type of object. For example, if we have a vegetation coverage, so an area that is covered with a specific vegetation, then maybe the species that are growing inside that area are thematic attributes for that. We have metadata, like data about data, so like accuracy, timeliness of data, the ownership, rights to use this data, was the collection method, who was the collector, etc., etc. So all of these kind of things are also important in order to track down the changes over time, and also to see who was responsible for the data so far. And we finally have temporal aspects. Now the question is, how does all of this relates now to BIM, to building information modeling, to landscape information modeling, and to GIS? And first of all, we can say BIM and LIM are based on digital modeling of the real world. So that's clear. So one answer could be then, however, if we tell that to somebody, could say, okay, yes, but 3D point clouds are also digital models of the real world. So where's the difference? Is one more is one better than the other? Is one comprising the others? And the same is of course true for all other kinds of GIS data, including maps, also 3D mesh models like the one I showed from Google Maps. And this is also true for virtual reality models, which have in focus nice visualizations, and also digital images. If you make a photo of a landscape, it's a digital model. And so the key lies here, however, in the term information in BIM and in LIM. And that is also what distinguishes these two kinds of models from all the other kinds of data. And the digital models explicitly represent real-world objects and not just their appearance or their geometry. So a point cloud, of course, looks like, if you look at it, and in the visualization or 3D mesh, it looks to you as a human, it looks like these different objects, but it's your brain that basically decomposes everything on the fly. It is not in the data. And these information models, however, make this explicit. They simply say, okay, this is a building, this is a tree, this is the next tree. and this is a piece of a water body, for example. So this kind of decomposition and classification is at the center, at the heart of building information modeling, but also of landscape information modeling. And the nice thing about this is that information models can be queried for objects of the real world. You can ask how many buildings are there, how many trees of a specific species are in that area, and of a certain size, maybe even. So, and that's something that cannot be supported with pure geometry-based representations like point clouds and meshes, etc. So many of the important aspects that I've mentioned before in the information aspects are covered by building information modeling and landscape information modeling. So we can say, yeah, great. So are they the digital twins then? And my answer is, unfortunately not. So the digital twin is much more. And last year, we gave a presentation at the DLA conference, and we presented a concept that was called Smart Rural Area Data Infrastructure. So it sounds a little bit weird, and its abbreviation is also not, well, cannot easily be said, SRADI. And the idea was basically that we say we need data infrastructures, not just single models, but we need infrastructures that allow to link and connect different platforms, different technologies, different kinds of tools in one framework in a distributed way. So not a single platform, but an infrastructure that can link platforms. And that was basically shown here. And now we can also say that we need to look at the different kinds of actors, also for landscape planning. We need to have a look at applications. So, and then on the other side, you see, we also have to take into account sensor data, but also the virtual landscape models. And here, semantic 3D and land model, but of course also BIM models, also point clouds, also visualization models. They all belong in this area here. And so they are really next to each other, and they need to also exist next to each other. And then, of course, everything should be registered in a catalog, and we also have the analytical tools, etc. And so we stated that basically this entire thing is the distributed digital twin. And this is called distributed because all of this information is typically not in the hands of one single stakeholder, but typically maintained and driven and run and operated by many different stakeholders. That can be public organizations, that can be NGOs, that can be commercial companies, but that can also be citizens and individuals. And finally, of course, an important point of that was the catalog, because the catalog allows to link what is there, what kind of data and what kind of data representations are there. And that was basically brought together. So I will come to the closing observations. I only have 3 more slides and then I'm done. So in many cases, the users and the stakeholders are not interested in BIM, LIM, or GIS per se. So if you talk with somebody and says, okay, you have a certain problem to solve, then the first idea of many people is not just, okay, let's use BIM or let's use a GIS or whatever. No, they simply say, okay, we need to have a solution that works with digital representations. So we need to have digital representations of the reality, but also maybe of the processes and additional documents which are required in this case. So instead, mostly people are really interested in or in the need of a digital twin, or you can also say its promises. The promises also I stated as benefits a couple of slides earlier. So often the integration with the real-time data and analytical tools is also required, which is not in the scope of BIM nor of landscape information modeling. So this means this is something that has not been addressed so far. And the scope of either BIM, LIM, or GIS is also too narrow to consider one of them the digital twin of the landscape. So, and in many ways, in first of all, the modeled aspects covered by the data models behind BIM or behind landscape information models or GIS. There are certain things that are included in the data models, but however, there are also always things that are missing. So it would be very difficult to represent all digital data that is useful in a certain landscape planning context within a BIM model or within a LIM model or within the GIS system. And so there's also an important difference regarding the way how these models abstract the real world, because behind BIM, there is the original idea of civil engineers how to construct, how to support the planning and the construction of buildings. That's what behind BIM is. And it means every extension that you do to BIM will have to deal with these fundamental starting points and fundamental thoughts of BIM, which is probably not appropriate for landscape planning. And also regarding the sustainable maintenance of such models. You know, when you think about mapping agencies, they are very good at mapping the entire landscape for hundreds of years. And I would say since 20 or 30 years now, also in a digital way. And so they have processes monitoring the changes, monitoring the landscapes. And however, their systems are GIS based. They are not BIM based. And there is still a big problem on bringing these things together. And so also, yeah, this should be taken into account. Also then VR models, 3D point clouds, 3D measures, they could also serve as digital twins or as facets of a digital twin, you could say. Now, the question then is landscape information modeling just an extension of BIM data models? So is LIM something like BIM plus? And I would say, as I said before, you should be aware that behind BIM there stands a modeling paradigm that is well suited to deal with generative parametric modeling, and which has strong limitations, however, regarding coordinate reference systems. People are using inside BIM systems, inside the BIM framework, local Cartesian coordinate systems, which do not take into account the curvature of Earth. And if you have longer, greater, larger objects, these kind of things are not reflected. You can, and this is still an open problem today. And it's also very difficult to generate BIM models automatically from observations like point clouds or from satellite data, etc. So because these BIM models really require a high level of semantic qualification. This is not, there is no, I would really say no matter what everybody else says, there is no functional system that can create you a BIM model from sensor data that would be correct. So no way. And there are problems on really doing that. But I cannot go into more details now. And BIM models cannot fully be managed, edited or updated in GIS, nor in spatial database management systems. You can now, with ArcGIS, you can import a BIM model, but you cannot really edit it, or you cannot really modify and work on it. You can use it and as something like something that you include. But the other question, if we turn around, can we manage, or can you manage larger landscape models in a BIM system? Can you really manage an entire district or state maybe as BIM data in a BIM system? I would like to challenge that. And then I would finally come to the point and say that the DLA community should really think about recoining the term landscape information modeling. And in the past, and especially in the recent years, it's mostly seen as an extension of BIM or GIS in the first place. And I think probably it should be more thought back from the specific needs of the profession and the data providers. And it may, of course, adopt principles for BIM and GIS, but I would not advise to really go in that way and simply say, okay, we add something to BIM or something like that, because you have then the entire package, the knapsack on your back with all the modeling decisions made for BIM, which are probably not appropriate for landscape information modeling. Final slide. So the digital landscape twin then will comprise many kinds of digital models of the physical reality. And it depends really on the applications and the use cases, which kind should be used. Sometimes it can be just sufficient to use a 3D mesh model, or just also a BIM model, maybe also fine. Sometimes it may also be sufficient to use a landscape information model. Sometimes a combination of LIM, BIM, and point clouds or virtual reality models will be needed. And the digital landscape twin is rather an infrastructure than just a collection of models. So these are my thoughts about this topic. I'm now open for questions if there is still some time. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Mr. Kolbe, thank you very much for your inspiring presentation. So you presented the digital twin in a really broad way, and it's really different than the things we are discussing at the moment in our landscape architecture community. Mm-hmm. So unfortunately, we are a little bit out of time. So thank you that you made your presentation, and we can deal with all our technical problems. But we have enough time in the later presentations in the rooms. Number one, the next presentations are all about building information modeling and landscape information modeling. So I think there we can make the discussion.
You can also send me, if you like, you can send me an email if you like to discuss about this. I'm also happy to discuss via email.
So you can be sure that we will discuss this later because this is really interesting topic. So now I would like to invite everybody to the network tool so that we can make the group photo, and afterwards then we go to the different rooms and start there the parallel lectures. In room number 1, there will be topics about landscape information modeling and building information modeling. In room number 2, lectures on digital landscape architecture and UAV. And in room number 3, there are 2 workshops. The first one is about building information modeling, and the second one is about the use of UAVs. So see you in the networking room to take the group photo. See you.
Welcome on Friday in the first live roundtable. We try now to summarize the 2 sessions before in the 3 parallel rooms. First of all, I would like to excuse us for many confusions. We don't know why Professor Kolbe had been thrown out of a Zoom meeting, and I want to give Streavent a compliment, the company who runs the video conference system, that we solved this within 15 minutes. This was great. We had prepared these Flipgrid introductions of speakers of the day, so we could use this to announce the following presentations. So compliment for everybody who helped to ship around this unexpected problem. But this is basically what we all expected. We will have problems, and we have to find creative ways to communicate. We have been partly criticized not to communicate between you what had been going on, but with having have now with half an hour break time, we more or less are now back in shuttle. So thank you for everybody in the background doing this. Matthias Pietsch is still in room 1 with the last presentation of the sessions on BIM. So Matthias will join us immediately. We would like to point out that you have basically nearly all contributions in the journal. All the contributions that have been not yet in the journal, we try to get in the next year's journal, and we will have a complete documentation of whatever happens in this auditorium. This is all broadcasted by Professor Strauss of our media technology in the campus in Köthen of Anhalt University, and we will ask all of you to give us the permission to document all your videos. And this is a second excuse. There seemed to be a severe problem with video presentation in the lecture rooms. But all of you have this video, all the authors have presented the videos to Vimeo, so we can put this and document this, but we would like to have an okay of the authors, and then we will prepare all the videos that you could not see until now later, and it will be documented on our classical web homepage of DLA conference. So we start with a summary with Jörg Kregitke, who is back again. Please, Jörg.
Thank you very much, Erich. Yes, my name is Jörg Kregitke. Well, we tried our best already yesterday. It's a bit more comfortable today to be in this fantastic media studio here in Köthen. I'm still very happy that we can be here and be live, and we had a very nice evening with a lot of conversation and a lot of beer, and today we are back in service. Let me try to summarize, or let me try to reflect a little bit on what I saw in room 2. I came a little bit late because I had to transit between a place here in Köthen and the place where the conference is, right when the session was starting, which was not under my control. So, but I saw Daniel's work. Still, I'm very happy that that this worked. Daniel Teidel works on searching for new ways to design the landscape in the session which was titled DLA Practice. I find this title very interesting. Sometimes I have the feeling that DLA is one sphere and practice is one sphere, but I like this combination of DLA practice, and all the presenters really tried their best to fit into this framework, which was really, really great. Daniel said one thing which I found really interesting. It was on his final slide, interestingly, and we just show it very shortly, and he mentioned it very shortly, but he said, digital practices influence the designer. And this is something I would like to comment on. It's like, yes, that's the point, that all the methods and the tools that we develop and that we work with and apply and that are shown in DLA conferences, they have an influence on design because they have an influence on the designers. And I was very happy to hear it in such a concise question. And we could have a very, very long discussion about what that really means. I found that really inspiring. Anita Wright, remote participatory design of a schoolyard. And Anita mentioned a term which I would like to refer to in the very beginning of her introduction, landscape democracy. I'm especially interested in that because at the Norwegian University of Life Sciences, we have a research center, a group on landscape democracy. And we are in a very active debate about, well, what does that exactly mean for applications in the field of landscape architecture in the future? And I was very happy to hear that term. And in her presentation, we saw a participatory process, but interestingly, we did not see the resulting design, as far as I understood, if I did not oversee that. And so my question would really be, what does that tell us as a provocative question? Is the process of participation so much more important than the result as such? I'm not sure. I know that Anita was not trying to say that, but this came into my mind when I saw that, and I had the feeling that also this could lead to a very, very interesting discussion if we would have more time. As an interesting result of Anita's paper, the remote digital process maximized the team experience, she said. And this is great, isn't it? In the next session about UAVs, Radim Kleparnik works on UAV photogrammetry, LiDAR, or WebGL, and 2 short or 3 short remarks about that. If I have the time? Yes. Okay, great. The UAV is the most flexible tool, maybe. That became very, very clear, and it was demonstrated in a very impressive way. If we work with, or if they work with data from public providers, then the fieldwork component is not necessary. And the question would be, well, is that an advantage or a disadvantage in a way? But of course, it can, if you work with these kind of public provider data, of course, it can cover much larger areas than the remote controlled UAV. The next presenter, Guifang Wang, did not work on UAVs, but she was in that session, and she works on ecological connectivity networks. And she said I saw it in the slides, one very important sentence, maybe not new, but still important. Ecological connectivity networks are of significance for sustainability. What is tough to see is that fragmentation of space and biotopes seems to be, or is, the most typical outcome of so-called development and progress. And this comes into my mind. It's a bit sad. And what I have to add is, and I'm not sure if UAVs would help in that situation. The final work I have to comment on, or kind of summarize a little bit, by Cengiz Akandil, mapping invasive giant goldenrod, Solidago gigantea. It's a plant. It's an invasive plant. He showed a very good example for the advantage of UAVs. Hovering above the landscape is reducing our stroller's perspective myopia. And it was great to see that the detection of the enemy in his, the bad plant, the giant goldenrod, is hiding between the friend, which is the reed along the lakes they studied. And this kind of detection of the enemy between the hiding behind the friend was very successful. So I would say mission accomplished. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm sorry for being late, but my sessions were a little bit later. So I was in the BIM and LIM session, very interesting, a lot of really sophisticated examples. It starts with Mike Shilton, who talks about the UK perspective. And he presented the so-called 360-degree approach that describes the real and virtual landscape interactions using sensors, using data sets. And this is a little bit like what we heard in our keynote. He showed how to implement sensors, AE implementations, and for me, one of the most important recommendations were what he said. The most important question is why we are using building information modeling, and we have to ask the right questions. It's not important to create very complex models. We have to create models that fits to the questions we want to deal with. The next presentation was from Johannes Gnedinger. He uses BIM and GIS in landscape planning. He describes the landscape planning procedures and when and how data exchanges and data transfers are necessary. And for one example, the so-called Munich S-Bahn, he tries to show how they implement the building information modeling in their project. And they tried to implement nearly everything. So they integrated expert models like noise emissions. They implement geological reports and profiles. And they integrate 3D multi-patch trees with habitats and so on. But finally, they said, or their findings are that at the moment, some classes for environmental planning are missing. So there is a lot of things to do in the future. So the next presentation was from Laura Wilhelm, and she showed an example how we can implement these classes. She worked with, or they developed with their team a CityGML environmental plan ADE. So they extend the CityGML standard. And one of the most important things they did, they added temporal aspects, and they are really, really important in environmental planning. They tested a lot of existing standards that are available at the moment, but finally they developed their own, and they proved the result in a railway project, and it looks like that this might be a solution for the future. The next presentation from Ilona Brückner was again how to integrate landscape planning in infrastructure planning. In Germany, we have a so-called three-step plan for German governmental projects of infrastructure. There, it's necessary to use building information modeling. The problem is that at the moment, some things are missing, especially for environmental planning. So they defined their own models. They used them in a pilot project. It's called Highway A10, A24. They developed several submodels, and they tested with different software applications how to use this in these use cases. Finally, they said that it's necessary to develop GIS and CAD workflows. The typical thing I've heard for the last 20 years. And they think that standardization is necessary too. I have two more presentations. Oh, the next one was from Rüdiger Clausen. He deals with construction projects as a typical landscape architect. And was for me, what was interesting that he said we should think about minimum models. It's not really necessary to implement everything we can collect. He said at the moment in practice, they develop sometimes several models. One for the visualization and one for the work with the other disciplines. It is not easy at the moment, I don't know, but they said that now they have examples where they can work for the whole process with building information modeling, and this was an improvement for them. And the last, and for me, most impressive presentation was from Yumi Lee. So it was about holographic construction of generative landscape design using augmented reality. And was really, really interesting. They showed, first of all, they tested in a workshop with students, in a one-day workshop with students, to make a design without preparing any sketches or something like that. They use only augmented reality. They tested and it worked. And then they tried to do this in real. So they created a real project for a garden festival, 2020, the so-called Metis Garden Festival. They win a prize. They were invited, but then the pandemic came. So they were not able to go there. So they sent their models to some architectural students there, and they were able to create the whole landscape like it was created using augmented reality. And finally, now they have they defined a firm and they work in real projects, and it's really interesting. And they say we don't need any sketches anymore. We can do everything in augmented reality. Thank you.
Exciting to hear this summary of Matthias' speech. So we have to think about how we develop this experience from Korea, South Korea. And I just remembered that many of our reviewers had been very excited to see that some schools have unlimited financial resources. This is not always the case in our case, but maybe it helps us to get a spin-off for the other schools. Thank you, Matthias, for this very pointed summary. I had the pleasure to be a little bit in room 3, and where I once again saw the incredible work from Xavier Formosa. He is a criminologist, basically from training, and has developed himself as being the GIS scientist in the little islands of Malta. And he just has is using all platforms that are possible to digitize Malta. And so I suggested we just should offer this incredible opportunities for landscape architecture to map with unmanned vehicles and other platforms in this fantastic environment of Malta. So I definitely will invite you, hopefully with Matthias, to do some workshops in another environment where you have on one side the heritage challenges, and you have the environmental challenges, you have the challenges of a coastline, And so this was very inspiring to see what Xavier has created over the years, using whatever comes up in new technology in order to automize this endangered island in Malta. So we are about to close this discussion. Is there anything you would like to add as a feedback before we turn over to the announcement of the next keynote?
Let's turn over to the announcement.
So we hand over to Matthias Peach to the final keynote. We had a series of fantastic keynotes. And Matthias, please introduce your last keynote.
Of course, so thank you, Eric. I'm really pleased that I'm sorry about the name. I tried to learn the name. I'm pleased that Professor Etesatzadeh has found time today to be here in this conference. She's founder and president of the Smart City Institute in Germany. For more than 10 years, she has helped shaping the smart city development with numerous projects, publications, and events, and she is providing consulting services. So I met her a few years ago on a conference, and I was really impressed how she defined the meaning of smart city. So I heard a lot of presentations where this was really technology oriented. And she has an absolutely different idea of smart cities. So, and what we want to do now is we want to discuss a little bit. So it's different like all the other keynotes. So my name is Matthias Peach. I'm a landscape architect and I'm professor for applied geoinformatics and remote sensing at the university, Anhalt University. And my role, hopefully I can do this, is to talk about what landscape architecture can be or can do in the development of smart city. So, Miss Etesatzadeh.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you, Professor Peach, for the kind introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation to this beautiful and valuable Congress. It's very interesting to be here. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased that you would like to accompany the following discussion today. And before Professor Peach and I will start our exchange, I would like to formulate an intro of approximately 15 minutes to this conversation. Is that okay, Mr. Peach?
Yes.
Wonderful. So let's start after all with the topic of the session. We have set the discussion under the title, How to Integrate Landscape in the Smart City Development. Why have we chosen this headline? We did that because socially, but also in the context of smart city development, there is fortunately an increasing recognition of the relevance of the natural and the living, as well as of the public space in our living environment. Although the starting point of smart city development or the smart city idea was a very technical one, the concept is currently unfolding a variety of attitudes, goals, solutions, and processes, which are based on a much broader understanding of life in cities and communities. This happens not only, but especially here in Europe. Against this background, we ask ourselves here and now, how do we integrate landscapes spatially, process-wise, and possibly also technically into a smart city? To this end, we should first clarify what a smart city is or what a smart city should be. The Smart City Institute definition describes the concept in 4 steps. We ask, what is to be achieved? How should it be achieved? With which instruments should it be achieved and under what condition? Let me answer these questions somewhat abbreviated. Our smart city understanding, which we title Bellicity, like the city of bliss, describes a city or municipality that wants to promote the good life and the good coexistence of its residents. It does so in accordance with the classic urban development goals, which we will have to discuss elsewhere. It does it also participatory and according to the principles of sustainability and resilience. This is actually the most important aspect. Inhabitants are considered to be people, animals, and also plants. This is very much broad idea of inhabitants. And another important factor is that a smart city strives to maintain its individuality. Very important. Now, how does the city intend to achieve this? A smart city works for its functionality. The city has to function. It works for the safety, for infrastructural services, and mobility, and the mobility of its inhabitants, and in the medium term, also for a comprehensive circular economy. To achieve these goals, the municipality uses a central concept, and this is connectivity. Connectivity is actually what a smart city is all about. It is the networking of people, systems, processes, devices, objects, and information. This is the core idea. And now the question is, how is all this to be accomplished? For this, we first need an integrated municipal administration and use suitable infrastructures, interoperable technologies, and very consciously and prudently also digitization and AI. Under what conditions do we do this? The smart city works without surrendering to technical innovations, without surrendering to solution providers or operators, and without endangering the free democratic basic order of our country. People in the community have to live in a self-determined manner without discrimination. And to ensure that this succeeds, they need to receive the information and education they need to do so. In general, the appropriateness of smart city measures must always be maintained. And now you can recognize these are incredible high requirements, and there are probably many more requirements I have not mentioned so far. Nevertheless, the previous mentioned aspects already indicate numerous tasks that are addressed to landscape architecture, and this is why we are talking about that today. And we will go into this in more detail in just a moment. Now, let us have a look at the major interface between smart city development and your field of work. I think that the interface is actually green or blue-green infrastructure of our communities and the quality of life in them. By the way, in the following, I will speak simplified of green infrastructure as an overarching term that includes blue-green infrastructure, functional green, and NBS. I think we definitely would have to talk about the cross-disciplinary use of terms at another point, but just to let you know. But back to the question of what connects us. I think I mentioned the green infrastructure, and it's actually the semantics, the syntax, and pragmatics of public space. So what are we speaking about? It's actually the codification as well as the usability and attribution of public space that should concern us collectively. That is actually what we have to deal with. And today I would like to focus on green infrastructure. So let's deal with it for a moment. The question is how green infrastructure could make its way into smart city concepts. And strictly speaking, and in my personal opinion, it should be considered as part of the critical infrastructure, or even better, as fundamental infrastructure. What is the argument in favor of this? The key argument is, of course, its beauty. Aesthetics are of paramount importance for a good life. But what other arguments are there for giving adequate importance to green infrastructure? Another argument is its multifunctionality. The consideration of this multifunctionality helps us to clarify the social relevance and importance of GI for our communities. The natural, of course, does not need a raison d'être and does not need to be productive in our sense. The question, however, is whether an economic view of the issue should be used to promote the development of green infrastructure in communities. I would like to raise this question at this point, but leave it unanswered. Of course, I do not need to point out to you what system services green infrastructure provides, but nevertheless, let me mention some or many aspects that directly affect the present and the previously mentioned necessities of urban development. I now need my list to name some aspects which definitely support smart city development through green infrastructure. I'm talking about the support of sustainability goals, which we have to reach. I'm talking about the support of environmental, climate, and resource protection, about the improvement of the microclimate, about the avoidance of hotspots, about air purification and water purification, about CO2 storage, about the integration of energy production and storage. I'm talking about building insulation and thus energy and water saving through insulation and cooling of houses. I'm talking about noise control, about mitigating the consequences of extreme weather events, about protection against flooding, elements of improved water management, avoidance of water waste and water loss, the promotion and integration of closed loop processes, a huge topic in smart cities, the promotion of resilience and biodiversity, about the revitalization and the enrichment of local ecosystems, as well as about the promotion of insect conservation. I'm speaking possibly also about the use of indicator functions of the natural, the provision of food, and the promotion of social interaction, intercultural, and intergenerational exchange. I also would like to mention the promotion of desired uses of urban space, the promotion of communication and participation, the promotion of recreation and spending time in nature for all urban residents, because as we saw, not everyone has a garden. The promotion of decentralization and smallness, very huge topics in smart city development, and about the support of the educational system, because city dwellers should practice to live together with nature, experience it, and understand nature. I'm talking also about the promotion of health and very important factor, the use of symbolism. The green in a city can work as a sign of a healthy, modern, and livable city. I'm also talking about the promotion of the individuality of cities, districts, or neighborhoods, and finally, about the promotion of the quality of stay and thus also the quality of life in our communities. As a city manager recently said, cities need people who want to spend time in cities. And ladies and gentlemen, we are asked to design appropriate spaces. So that was really a bunch of aspects, but however, the importance of urban green spaces is particularly evident in megacities. Whenever you're out and about in New York, in Seoul, or in Paris, or in other metropolises, you will realize the value and the importance that city dwellers attach to green spaces, parks, and gardens. They are small sanctuaries that are protected and preserved. Unfortunately, in everyday municipal life, measures that make the aforementioned functions usable are regularly in competition with other elements of municipal development. For example, in competition for land or competition for expenditures. And these restrictions, as well as laws, regulations, plans, and design concepts, present hurdles to the implementation of such projects. So how can we deal with that? I think internalizing, I'm an economist, that's why, internalizing positive externalities, valuing and appreciating them, could have a positive impact on the development of green infrastructure and successful open space design. But for this, we definitely need to know, especially with regard to the use of nature-based solutions, as I call them, what can be done? How can it be done? Which instruments can be used? And whether values can be created and savings can be achieved with the measures. I'm talking about savings of costs, resources, and emissions, and so on. And furthermore, whether the effects can also be monitored at best. I would guess from the vague assessment of a non-landscape architect that all questions could be answered positively. However, I also think that this will require a maximum amount of interdisciplinary, communicative, structuring, and product-oriented work. The great asset of your discipline, ladies and gentlemen, and you know this best yourself, is that you can convey the following. What we do right in urban design, open space planning, and landscape architecture, we don't have to compensate for later with technology. This is a prerequisite of inestimable value that we must make recognizable and to some extent quantifiable. When nature-based solutions work, we don't have to implement any or less technology. And as a result, we save energy, resources, and costs while often improving our quality of life and amenity at the same time. Okay, let's identify next how smart city development affects your work and how your work can shape smart city development. And I would be very happy to continue a related conversation beyond this format with you. So please feel free to contact me or to reach out to me on this. My central and final statement on the topic and to conclude my remarks is the following. What landscape architecture and smart city development have in common is that, as I believe, both fields of work should strive for an urban design that meets the essential needs of all city dwellers and that addresses the needs that arise from their species-specific character. And I think that we should work on this collaboratively, interdisciplinarily, and intersectorally. And this brings me to the end of my remarks. Thank you very much for your attention. And I now look forward to exchanging ideas with my dialogue partner, Professor Peach. Thank you very much so far.
Okay. So thank you for your introduction. And I think there are a lot of things to do or we can implement as landscape architects in smart city development. So
I have now some questions for you, right?
Yes, that would be fine. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's awesome that we have the opportunity today to talk to each other. What I would like to know first is, do you see any increasing demand for green infrastructure, especially with regard to smart city development?
So if I understand this right, can deliver a lot of ecosystem services. And we have seen at this conference and a lot of other conferences that we have increasing extreme events such as floods, heat events, and so on. And green infrastructure can provide a lot of ecosystem services. We have seen the keynote yesterday, who showed a beautiful example how different functions can be combined in a park area. You can use this for flood prevention and as a farming system. So, and from my perspective, especially in this pandemic period we are at the moment, a lot of people, the public, now get a feeling of the worth of green infrastructure for recreation, for example, as a social meeting place. And this is one aspect. And the other aspect, everybody knows we have some initiatives like Fridays for Future. Everybody is talking about climate change, about biodiversity loss. There are so many articles about these things. And green and blue infrastructure can provide a lot of solutions. And one of the most important questions is how can we create synergies and multifunctionality in specific areas, and how can we develop or design them in a way that we have the highest effects for the people living in the specific cities.
What hurdles do you see to adequate provision of green infrastructure?
So from my German perspective, and this is really a German perspective, we have a really strong competition for land, especially in growing regions like Berlin, Stuttgart, Frankfurt. You know, all this discussion. There's land is endable, it's only one, and you have to decide to build a house or have this as green infrastructure. And this is the one problem at the moment. But on the other side, in the discussion, okay, develop settlement or green infrastructure, the question is that often the functions are not evaluated. So nobody knows what the functions of the green infrastructure are in the specific place. And so that's sometimes really, it's hard in the discussion to argue why it's important to have this green infrastructure here. So, and this is what we discussed in some projects at the moment, that we find some ways, and there are methods, how to evaluate ecosystem service or different functions, and to have this for specific sites in the city, so that in the discussion we can we can argue, okay, this is the amount for the settlement, and this is what you lose if you destroy the green infrastructure. But if I understand this right, if we develop smart cities, for example, we have smart mobility concepts and things like that. So perhaps, or do you think that we can gain new land or space in smart cities because we don't need this for parking lots or things like that?
This is a very interesting question, and I think we may gain space from the conversion of buildings and land, but of course this also results in corresponding competition of land, for land. But this can happen, for example, in the area of roads, of unused buildings like obsolete parking garages, or due to a reduced retail activity, which could happen. And of course, other areas can be made available by eliminated or new space-saving infrastructures, or by areas in which we need to integrate new infrastructures in a very designed way. And land can also be made available for resilience measures, which what I really expect. However, in my opinion, it's important that we open up facades and roofs as new areas for plants and animals. There are wonderful solutions for facades, and we need that, for example, as substitutes for roof trusses that no longer exist. And things like that can work by incentivizing such measures, as we know it here in Germany, for example, in Frankfurt or in Karlsruhe. In any case, I think that smart city development will definitely help to develop or to identify green space potential with the help of GIS systems and GIS applications, for example, such as green space cadastre, and with the associated cost management that is available as application, for example.
That sounds really good, especially for me as a GIS guy who is dealing with things like that.
Did you think we will succeed in quantifying the services of the green infrastructure you just mentioned in a coordinated way? And do you think that the measurability or even the monitoring of the contributions of nature-based solutions will encourage their use within cities? What is your impression?
It's a good question. I know, so there is a lot of research and there are a lot of projects, and we are doing things like that with our students, for example, to quantify ecosystem services. There are some services that can be quantified very easily. It's really not a problem. There exist a lot of methods. I have learned this as landscape planning, but now we tell this ecosystem service, but it doesn't matter. So for example, I wrote down an example, and we have heard about this yesterday in a presentation. So if you look for a fully grown tree with a height of about 15 to 20 meters, it has a base area of 100 to 150 square meters, and this can develop an absorption area of 1,200 to 1,500 square meters. So, and this means that this can achieve a storage of about 3,500 kilograms of CO2. So you can calculate this. You can calculate this for specific species if you want. There exist some software applications. So this tree will produce about 4,600 kilograms of oxygen and filter about 36,000 square meters of air a day. So, and if you know this, now you know that this means a CO2 compensation of 11 air conditioners or 1 medium-sized car. So you see it's possible to do things like that for some of the ecosystem services, but there's a lot of really critical discussion, especially if you deal with aesthetics, if you deal with recreation, if you deal with spiritual ecosystem service or cultural ecosystem services. It's not so easy, and this is one of the criticism in this discussion. Does it really help that you can calculate specific things in a very, very sophisticated way? Everybody will accept this and say, okay, you're an expert, we believe in you. But all the other things, and especially landscape architects, are dealing with aesthetics, with design, with spiritual things. And then if you can't define these services, sometimes I'm a little bit afraid that these important things are not used in the discussion. And I have some colleagues who really they tell us monitorize these ecosystem services, and this is really done in a lot of projects. And I remember 2 years ago I made a presentation at the DLA conference, and Karl Steinitz, and we were really proud that we are able to calculate the amount of soil erosion in a specific area in Armenia. And he said, it is a beautiful work what you did. And it's really important. Everybody now knows where there are the problems, but never tell a specific number. Don't do it. It's really, it doesn't make sense. So on one side, yes. On the other side, we must be careful, and perhaps we have to find some solutions to deal with these specific functions as landscape architects, for example.
Absolutely. I mean, those numbers are so impressive, but I also understand your reluctance, certainly. But the experience tells us that at least partial quantification is very helpful. And I think we all agree on that. And there are systems that can help us to do so. But I have another question for you. My question is, to get green infrastructure and nature-based solutions coordinated or even more involved in smart city development, we need more interdisciplinarity. What is happening in your environment in this regard? Because in the smart city context, it's very important to collaborate. And do you think that the measures taken so far are sufficient?
So we have heard at this conference, I think there's no project that is not an interdisciplinary project. And we are talking about building information modeling, landscape information modeling, and we have to exchange data sets in between. Again, the keynote from yesterday showed in a very sophisticated way how the different disciplines can work together to find the best solutions. And I know that some of my colleagues will see this critical. I think we have to focus on our discipline. We are really expert in specific things, but we're not engineers. So, but we have to find a way to communicate and to work together on an eye level so that everybody accepts the others, so that we will find the best solutions at the end. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, we need this cooperation, and we are very open to start a discussion with you. We need all the experts at one table to design the future city we are planning. As I said, we need this cooperation, but not only in product development, but also in projects, in planning, in implementation, in management, and the maintenance of the measures we are taking. In future development, and possibly also in dismantling the measures. To what extent do you consider BIM solutions to be helpful today or in the future?
I've learned a lot today in the presentations I've heard. In the first presentation of Professor Kolbe, he told us that BIM is not a virtual object. It's the whole process, and you can use this for simulation, and you can add nearly every information, and it has nothing to do with software applications. So this is a really broad way about a broad definition about a digital twin. And I think if we deal with this idea, then it's really possible to have the necessary information at the right time, at the right place. One example. This is an example I tell all my students. There was a really sophisticated planning, an environmental planning. It was a green bridge over a highway, and they developed a specific compensation measures. It was a hedge for a specific species. This was the information, and it was drawn down in a plan. And then the people go outside for maintenance, and they don't know this information. So they do what they are every day doing. They cut the whole hedge, and they destroy the habitat. The only purpose of this green bridge was to create a habitat for this specific species. So you lose the function of this infrastructure. This makes no sense. The data sets were digital at the beginning. They were printed out, and then they... So this is a typical problem of communication. So, and if we are able to develop such, if it's called BIM or something, or LIM, or I don't know, it doesn't matter. But the most important thing is that we have the necessary information for the whole process over the whole life cycle.
Absolutely. This is an incredible example. I'm still wondering. Okay. But where do you see currently a need for development in order to make BIM more applicable for your discipline? I'm thinking about object libraries, interfaces, and functions, which are still under development. And under which conditions or objectives, especially objectives, do you consider the cost-benefit ratio for the use of BIM to be acceptable? Because BIM is still a huge and very expensive thing.
We've heard some really interesting examples at this conference. And at the moment, we are, especially in Germany, I know that in other countries it's different. We have to create some models. We have to define the processes. But, and we have seen some examples how it works and how you can save time, you can save money, and you can use this for conflict analysis. And from my point of view, this is the way we have to go. And everybody will have a benefit of this. It will change the whole planning process. And I have been told this is the same like the development of CAD in landscape architecture in the past. Mm-hmm. So we have 1 minute left, so we have to finish this interesting discussion. I'm sorry.
How sad. I had some more questions, but we do it next time.
Yeah.
Okay, but a final question, please. How do you think that all this knowledge about green infrastructure, nature-based solutions, and so on, get into the cities, into the minds, into the processes, into the products? What is your idea and concept?
So I think this is one of our job as professors at universities to teach our students, because they are the new decision makers. Yeah, I think this process starts now. Yeah, we have all these initiatives, and I get phone calls about new projects to deal with specific things I have never believed in the past. So I think we are on the right way. We have to do our job from the design part and from the technical part, and I'm convinced we will have beautiful solutions in the future all over the world if landscape architects work together with all the other disciplines.
Okay, I would say let's tackle this together. This brings us to the end of the session. Thank you very much for the conversation, Professor Peach.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ezisat. Oh, I'm sorry about the name.
Shirin is much easier.
Okay. Let's stay in contact. So I think this is really an interesting idea. And after the discussion and our phone calls, I get the idea that we should link these things together, and then we will be on the right way. So thank you very much to be here today.
Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you all for joining us, and you all have a great end of the day. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye. Okay, so thank you. We are hopefully just in time. So that means now we go for the next lectures. So that means we have 2 rooms. So in room number 1, again, we have the topic BIM and LIM, and perhaps you have heard that this is a really important topic. And in room number 2, we have excellent examples of digital teaching and landscape architecture that will be presented there. So please select the rooms and enjoy the presentations.
Hi, my name is Jörg Kitke. I'm that guy who always said that fieldwork would not be an option, but mandatory. Yeah, great. Now I'm sitting here in quarantine, in home office, etc., like everyone does. But I have to say that the crisis that we are in also offers a great chance to widen our methodologies of studio work as well. I could not travel with my students for the past studios, of course, but what we did was traveling kind of digitally, if you will. We call it remote wayfaring and digital fieldwork. It is a very trivial action, but it was an addition to our studio methodology, which I find extremely interesting.
Crises, unlike anything else, trigger experimentation all along the line. We tried to deal with the change the pandemic exacted as good as we could. 6 years ago, a keen statement had been published in the ETH Zurich pamphlet issue on field instruments of design. Fieldwork is not optional, it is mandatory. 4 years later, at the Norwegian University of Life Sciences, during preparations for fieldwork on Europe's largest refugee camp, the same academic did not anticipate the corona pandemic, but he may have had a foreboding. In a paper titled Convergent Digitality for Design Action in Obstructed Landscapes, presented at the DLA 2020 conference, he wrote, "Academic maneuverability increasingly becomes affected by willfully reduced mobility. Global flight shame will presumably have impacts on the travel policies of universities, and territorial contention will make traveling and movement for fieldwork purposes not easier." He mused, "One day, the educator may have to travel alone."
Hi, my name is Jörg Kitke. I'm that guy who always said that fieldwork would not.
I'm Stephen Irvin. I live in the woody suburbs at 42.5 degrees north latitude. On a fair day, I can bicycle to my work at Harvard's Design School in about a half an hour. I'm surrounded by New England granite in my garden, and I've long been enchanted with the way in which the built world and the natural world intersect and can be designed. My first inkling of the digital landscape was in the late 1970s when I was a graduate student and the newly released Apple II computer gave a new medium for expression. More recently, I've been thinking about the ways in which digital artifacts can inhabit the landscape for smart and responsive environments to go along with the smart cities much of the world will live in. Lately, I've been building some microprocessor-controlled LED-based garden ornaments to go along with the granite and birch trees in my garden. This is one idea of what a digital landscape might look like.
I'm Peter Stempel. I'm an associate professor of landscape architecture with a focus on water-related resilience at the Pennsylvania State University. When people ask me what I do, I often tell them that I destroy cities. It's more accurate to say that I create realistic visualizations of climate and hazard impacts to landscapes and communities. I test the way that these visualizations alter perceptions of risk and alter the perceived legitimacy of forecast outcomes. I do some work around climate and environmental justice, and I do a lot of work integrating ocean models such as AdCirc and
Hi, my name is Jörg Kitke. I'm that guy. Crises, unlike anything else, trigger experimentation all along the line. We tried to deal with the change the pandemic exacted as good as we could. 6 years ago, a keen statement had been published in the ETH Zurich pamphlet issue on field instruments of design. Fieldwork is not optional, it is mandatory. 4 years later, at the Norwegian University of Life Sciences, during preparations for fieldwork on Europe's largest refugee camp, the same academic did not anticipate the corona pandemic, but he may have had a foreboding. In a paper titled Convergent Digitality for Design Action in Obstructed Landscapes, presented at the DLA 2020 conference, he wrote, "Academic maneuverability increasingly becomes affected by willfully reduced mobility. Global flight shame will presumably have impacts on the travel policies of universities, and territorial contention will make traveling and movement for fieldwork purposes not easier." He mused, "One day, the educator may have to travel alone in order to deliver real-world information to staff and students. Anyway, the product should be genuine and unspoiled." That was before COVID-19. For the Moria project on Lesvos Island in Greece, we still could bring our students to the field. That was in February 2020. But our plan to come back to Lesvos Island for the subsequent studio did formidably fail. Traveling had been banned. The co-authors of the paper at hand, Christine Lee Peterson and Molly Andrews, took part in the affected studio. Their tutor was that person who constantly uttered that fieldwork would not be optional, but mandatory. Our fieldwork was originally scheduled exactly for that period in which the Moria camp was set on fire. Wow, that would have become memorable fieldwork.
During the travel ban, we decided to do three essential things. We kept hold of our studio topic, Habitats for Displaced Humans. Not being allowed to travel anyway, we chose places related to the Moria project and subject of migration and refugees that are, would we be physical travelers, entirely out of reach for us. War affected Syria. The war in Syria has made 12 to 14 million people refugees, which is around half of the Syrian population. Crisis-stricken Lebanon. Lebanon remains the country hosting the largest number of refugees per capita in the world. Gaza. Gaza is almost inaccessible and cut off from the outside world. Of the over 2 million people living in Gaza, more than 1 million are UN-registered refugees. The third of our essential decisions was to travel, though not physically. We were forced to become exactly what all DLA speakers had always banged the drum for, digital landscape architects. Both our navigator and the geographer had the same first and last name, Google. As researchers of an affluent, technologically advanced country, we unleashed our digital labor force. Our walking robots, developed by Boston Dynamics, set out on foot towards the Middle East. Sometimes they are a bit wobbly on their feet, but all in all, they perform pretty great. Our stars were the robotic birds, the bionic bats, and the butterflies developed by the German Festo company. Here you see them arriving on the beach of the Gaza Strip. Such complex technology can only be controlled with the help of facilities like our brand new coordination center near the North Pole. The concept behind it, a hand-in-hand collaboration between a team field on site and a team Houston in a control room on campus, made for globally operating landscape architects. In 1970, Mission Control in Houston saved the lives of the Apollo 13 crew by remote action, directed by legendary Gene Kranz. In our coordination center in Norway, it looked like that in reality. No robotics, no bionics, to be sure. The most engineered tools were our laptops. Gene Kranz at NASA operated with machines that were gorgeous. But what NASA did not have was today's connectedness to the world. Considering the technological advancement between the 1960s and today, the fantasia about walking robots in the snow, flying tools in bird shape, and remote-controlled camera butterflies is far from being off one's trolley. Such tools could become off-the-shelf products relatively soon. Remote design action could become an impactful approach in the future for places that are kept from the world public with might and main. It is virtually impossible for us to take students to Gaza, but should that mean that this place will remain a white spot on the radar of landscape architects forever? We don't think so. One of our students decided to focus the coastline of Gaza. She stuck to our studio rule of traveling as authentically as possible by seeing the real scenery en route through Google Street View, by flying on real bookable flights and monitoring them through apps like Flight Radar 24, and by reserving real accommodation through Airbnb, etc. Slowing down the pace of the digital travel to everyday speed mimicked authenticity and reflected that traveling is continuous, unlike the hectic jumps that Google Earth suggests. Ingeborg borrowed a horse from a Palestinian friend for surveying the waterfront of Gaza. Gaza is a broken-hearted place, but its most significant landscape feature, the coastline, is amazing. Though patrolled and constricted by Israeli armed forces, it is the only border of Gaza that kind of looks and feels open. Would anyone in the future intend to invest into the open space quality of overpopulated Gaza, then the coastal area would be a suitable place. Our student delivered a visual survey of the entire waterfront of Gaza, which has not been done often yet, and which reveals how tremendous the development potential of Gaza would be
beyond the infinite loop of rocket fire from Gaza by Hamas and the knee-jerk air raids by the opposite party. In the paper, Christine and Molly sagaciously explain, by addressing their own works on Lebanon, the remote field work as well as the studio work and results that did not much differ from works before the travel ban as to format, manifestation, or volume. Remote wayfaring constitutes a high risk of failure, but the food for thought produced by the students was well-grounded and serious. It was genuine all-digital landscape analysis and subsequent design work, involving everything conceivable from Google Earth to the CIA factbook, from popular Snapchat to Instagram, from respectable university libraries to YouTube and good old Facebook. The whole 9 yards of profaneness. There was nearly no use of sophisticated armamentarium. It was kind of not needed for the act of remote wayfaring, this time at least. This may be utterly disappointing insight, but at the same time a very encouraging finding. Did we need to use any different digital instruments than we would use during a physical fieldwork mission? The answer is no, to a large extent. There were no outstanding differences. We would have used the same canon of catch-all digital applications sitting in our hotel room or breakfast room before leaving for fieldwork. The standard applications for orientation and navigation, the standard online social media and networking services that almost everyone uses every day in any case, plus all other services and portals that can be retrieved online. The great secondary digital information pool provides insights in places and situations that we are not able to visit or experience. The World Wide Web is full of uncalled for litter. What we have to do is finding the serious ingredients. We would not be able to visit Gaza during an airstrike and take footage of such hellscape. The people who live there do exactly that and post the material on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, etc. Designers and researchers must, to an increasing degree, include the secondary information the web provides. Virtual fieldwork should become a self-evident complementary instrument in the course of any landscape design studio beyond one's own nose. However, the limitation and paltriness of such remote action are elusive. They remind of the Apollo 13 mission, where they've had a problem. In order to save the life of the Apollo 13 astronauts after an explosion on board, they had to tinker in the control center in Houston an adapter for the Apollo air filter system to make a square cartridge compatible with a round one. In space, the crew had to copy the do-it-yourself construction remotely in order to survive. All the two teams on the ground and in space could use was what had been at hand on board the Apollo 13 capsule and lander. It was not much, incredibly limited and paltry. It was Ed Smiley who finally cobbled together the famous emergency solution. He used duct tape, a plastic bag, the cardboard cover from a flight plan, and a hose from one of the spacesuits. Like that, he saved 3 men and a most advanced high-tech agency from tragedy. As the Apollo 13 drama, the pandemic will become history. Remote wayfaring and virtual fieldwork, however, may only begin right now. In landscape architecture, a digital breakthrough materializes only now, not in the form of a revolution, but quietly and silently, as an inevitable result of a worldwide crisis and in the most self-evident and unsophisticated garb. Thank you for your attention.
Hello. Thank you, Jörg, for this incredible presentation. Please go now back to room 2 and have all the questions to Jörg on his fantastic presentation in the chat. Jörg will be part of a roundup table and can then answer to your questions. Please go to room 2 back. Please go back to room 2 and listen to the next presentation by Travis. You still have 3 more fantastic presentations in room 2. Please go to room 2. Please go back to room 2 and use the chat in room 2 to reply to Jörg.
Test 1.
Ja.
1, 2, 3, 4. Test, Test, 1.
Jetzt kann ich hier. Das ist eigentlich der Weg, wie ich auch den Focusrite gemacht habe. Die Tastenkürzel habe ich aber reduziert vorhin. Da müssen wir dann wieder die 1, dass die auch abschaltet. Habt ihr das schon probiert? Nee. Das habe ich mir. Das ist nicht wie die Taste.
Das ist auch bei Einstellungen mit drin.
Okay. Also wäre es ja optimal, dann
or last minutes of DLA 2021. Thank you for all your contributions. We have announced that we will tell you about the result of our poster competition. We have to announce that we will have to postpone this award announcement because there had been one or two posters being evaluated by obviously the same person, and this is not fair. So we will add to your popular evaluation of visitors. We will add a professional evaluation of your posters, and you will be informed within a week who will get the travel grant and who will get the other benefits from this poster competition. We are very sorry. It's an experiment. We are open for democratic processes, but sometimes we are misused, and this is not fair to the 46 teams who presented, worked a lot on the posters. We want to have a very fair result, and we are sure we will we will find out the best. There have been many good ones, so we have to look close, and it cannot be that somebody is using not fair methods to get this prize money. I'm very sorry. This is this never happened to us before. We always had students voting their own classmates. This is something that also, if one classes are bigger than the others, there can be problems. But this time it was obviously, and we want to have the most fair results. So we have experienced now the last session, and I was very pleased to have here very good and watched very fantastic video presentations in room 2. Jörg, would you like to summarize your experience? Not your frustrations, but your incredible contributions in room 2.
Yes, of course, my pleasure. It was about teaching, and we were 4 people, but we had 3 presentations. Finally, I will not talk about my own presentation, of course. The second presentation by Travis Floor about Virtual Studio 1.0. What we saw there was a studio digital twin, didn't we? And that was really interesting. I think it was a digital twin, as far as I listened well enough to the keynote speech before, because this virtual studio that Travis showed had functionalities which were interactive, which had kind of not only this kind of visual aspect, but the functional aspect. So I think we may say that it was a digital twin of a studio. Really interesting. And interesting as well that things can be done also in times of crisis, especially in times of crisis. That was really encouraging. Mark Meyer is speaking about a waterway design education tool, showing particularly a model or a kind of hybrid model with projections. And Mark said himself that a problem in the kind of evaluation in the end was that the designs, and I think, if I understood it right, also the model as such, were a bit too small for the final decision making or for the evaluation. And I just would like to say 2 things about that. It seems to be as if also physical models should become larger and larger, not only our digital projects and models. So we saw yesterday the sandbox model approach by Ilma Hürkskens from ETH Zurich, and they had a very large model, I would say, at least pretty large. And but what we really have to conclude is that working with physical or hybrid models is something that landscape architecture students should do
much more often. Thank you very much for these great contributions.
Okay, so I will summarize a little bit the last lecture. So it was again about BIM and LIM, so like the whole day. So the first presentation was from Oliver Engelmeyer, and for me, really interesting. He tried to explain, based on a pilot project, what is possible at the moment as landscape architect using building information modeling. And he said, and he showed this in his examples, that it is possible and useful to use digital terrain models, plans. What's a little bit more tricky is about dealing with complex models, like profiles or things like that. But we are on the way. And for me as a teacher, at the university, he recommended that there will be in the future the role of the BIM coordinator, and landscape architects should work in such a team. So it's not one person, it should be a team, and they have to work together to find the best way for the projects. But on the other hand, some things are missing at the moment, especially in Germany. So we have on one hand the IFC standard. On the other hand, we have some typical German things like the DIN 276, and they don't match. He talked about open BIM and interoperability. So there is a way to go. And the last thing he mentioned is that we have to deal with education at our universities with building information modeling. After this presentation, Andreas Luca showed his Planting Smart project, really sophisticated tree modeling. All the participants of the DLA conference know some of these tools, and this was discussed in the session. But what he can provide is he can really simulate specific situations based on the trees. He can deal with the crones, the trunk, the roots, make sophisticated visualizations, analysis, and this is really helpful. And what's interesting, what they are able to do is what we are talking before with Ms. Ete Satsadi. They are able to simulate CO2 sequestration. And the last presentation of Fadi Masoud and Isaac Zia was about a data-driven toolkit for urban flood adaptation. A really, really sophisticated decision support system. There are 4 different features, so it's a combination between a typical GIS application. So you have a map interface, you can query data sets, you can cluster features. But the most important thing, and this is really, really interesting, and it's a little bit like, from my point of view, geodesign, you have a so-called strategies feature. So you can define different land use policies, and then you can check and you can simulate and you can find the best solutions for flooding prevention and for designing new cities. Really interesting presentations, interesting discussion. I've learned a lot.
So we are inviting now Stephen Irwin to activate his link to this session. It looks like this will work. Stephen, thank you for joining us. Stephen, you have been already promising LIM at least 10 years, maybe longer. We clearly, through all the discussions today, we realized that BIM basically until now does not know what a coordinate is, and that BIM needs to be part of a geographic information system and part of a landscape information model.
what do you say about this process? Do you see a chance that with architects and civil engineers discover that there is something like geometry and coordinates?
Well, to be clear, first of all, I didn't promise anything a decade ago. I speculated. As I recall, I said, this BIM stuff looks like it's pretty interesting. It's going to radically transform the practice and possibly the shape, form, and function of buildings. That's what the B is for. But is it going to be sufficient? I have an instinct that landscapes are not buildings. Maybe we need a landscape information model, I said. And in the interim, of course, people have proposed that we need stream information models and city information models and forestry information models and all kinds of models. So that's just to say there's no singular three-letter acronym that's going to work. And there's no singular data model that's going to work. And we were reminded quite forcefully this morning, several things by Professor Kolbe, including that it all depends on what the question is. And you'd better set the question first, because if you try and build the universal data store that can answer any question, you're bound to fail. And I think that this, the idea, you may remember, Professor Booman, 20 years ago, we thought there was some difference between CAD and GIS. And indeed, I think at the time I said things like, well, it seems like it's a matter of scale and of quality and application, but there's no fundamental difference because fortunately, the ontology for both of those things was very simple. Points, lines, and polygons. That's all you need. And with that, you can do everything. And we understood that that was a paucity of a representation of the real world, but it enabled all kinds of interesting answers to interesting and complicated questions. So I think this idea that CAD and BIM and GIS and XYZ plus T are going to all come together. I was just at an NSF conference on geoconvergence. Where the NSF said, whether you're a doctor or an astronomer or a theoretical physicist, you deal with X, Y, Z, and T. And these are that's the fundamental ontology from which most of science is building the rest of their unique ontology. So yeah, I'm quite optimistic that this will get together, that the engineers will figure out that if you want to build a building that's large enough that you should worry about the curvature of the earth, which, by the way, the people who do visual assessments, as Jim Palmer has reminded us, already figured out a while ago that the earth is curved and it does matter, and you have to build that into your calculations. And I have no doubt that we'll be able to do that.
Thank you, Stephen. So where do we go on? What are your ideas?
Where do we go on? Well, there are so many ways. First of all, let me just say, it's really wonderful to see the breadth and depth of the presentations, although I, like everybody else, could not attend them all. And I'm thankful for the advanced PDF preview, the hard copy book that will arrive in my mail at some point, and the summarization from the reporters. I think this is extremely important. I used this word ontology a few times because that's where we came in yesterday. And it has stayed with me thinking about this. What's an ontology? Well, on the one hand, Wikipedia tells us that it's a branch of metaphysics involved with such questions as being and existence. On the other hand, it's a set of terms and concepts. Let's see, what does it actually say here? That includes questions of how entities are grouped into categories and which of these entities exist on fundamental level, which sounds like the question of what do we need to teach young landscape architects? What are the fundamental things? What are the entities? What are the words that have to be used? What are the concepts? What are the processes that make this discipline? So one of the things that we're seeing is that over the 23 or 22 years now of the DLA conference, we've been slowly helping add to the vocabulary terms that I wrote down recently, including dynamics and monitoring and parameters and strategies and framework and scale existed before computers, but computers give all of them, and digital approaches give all of them a particular meaning. This emergence of the question of AI, well, every AI process needs an ontology with which to reason and about which to reason. And so just as I don't think there's a single data structure, there's not a single AI out there. There are certain, pattern matching and neural networks and algorithmic processes and deep learning and machine learning, many. So how we can continue this question of what makes a landscape, what legitimately is a landscape, what are its essential components, what are its interesting attributes, those are timeless and endless questions. As I observed when we were stuck in room 1 this morning, stuck not in a bad way. We were engaged in a conversation which can just go on year after year after year. So I have no doubt that that will continue to be. And I think that we are really changing the perception of the structure of what counts as something you might care about in the landscape. We didn't talk about sensors when I was in landscape architecture graduate program. We didn't have smart cars. We didn't know about machine learning. There were many timeless things. I've used the term to the annoyance of some post-Olmstedian to describe part of where we are. And I noted that our keynote speaker yesterday referred to parks. And she said, the parks that we're having to build in Bangkok go beyond the Olmstedian palette. Of course, they still have topography and plants and water and landform and buildings and people and animals. But they have other stuff too. They have pumps and sensors and algorithms and interactions in systems. And so we continue to understand this systems, a word which I didn't hear enough of in this conversation in these 2 days, although it's certainly there. I think it's a key part of one of the things that we have to understand, the complexity that we talk about that makes it hard to figure out how to build the BIM model of a city or a landscape or the planet. How will we really ever get this? And by the way, I've rather than BIM model and model, I like the word simulacrum. It's a kind of an old-fashioned word, but it captures the idea of it's a copy of the thing. And that's really what we're after. And as we go to build...
How much do you like the term digital twin?
Well, it's become almost meaningless already in its short life, as other such terms have done. And so I understand that it's there, but like I said, I like simulacrum.
So Jörg, you want to add some to Stephen's final thoughts?
Well, Stephen, I don't have to add anything, but well, first of all, I'm very happy to see you. I was really missing you here in our kind of small curtain circle, which was a lot of fun and some few stress as well, and it was really great, and we really missed you there. But I would still hope that we will see you and meet you, well, rather soon. Is there anything you can say about that, Stephen?
Well, first of all, let me say that I enjoy being in the larger international circle, and of all the features of the StreEvent digital conference platform, I found the wonder circles in the networking to be the most intriguing. And I think that there's a landscape for you. And let's think about how we might design it for future use that's even more effective and charming and engaging. But since you've brought the topic up, I'd like to take the opportunity to share my screen. Here we are
in 2021 in this virtual hybrid. Some of us in North America, some of us in Asia, some of us in Dessau, Curtin, and Bernburg. It wasn't that long ago in some of our memory that it was a year ago and we were in a panic at the very beginning of the pandemic, and we realized we had 8 weeks more or less to switch to an online conference, which we did more or less successfully under sort of emergency procedures, to be sure, which are still with us. I tend to be a bit of a public health pessimist, possibly a realist, and I have absolutely no certainty that we're not going to have some additional emergency or post-pandemic response, and that we will continue to be creative in our responses to it. Now, certainly for me and many of my colleagues and you, the word of the year must have been Zoom in many ways. And that's described a lot of the source of exhaustion. Enough Zooming will really exhaust the person. This year, increasingly, this word hybrid seems to be popping up, and we already had hybrid plants in our landscapes years and centuries ago. More recently, we've had hybrid cars and hybrid bikes. I've recently learned that there are hybrid golf clubs. Those of you who golf more than I do probably knew that there are part metal, part wood hybrid golf clubs. We are certainly in my organization constantly thinking about, talking about, worrying about, trying to invent about so-called hybrid teaching and learning. This has been one of the huge emphases in the discussion in the pandemic, and certainly in the post-pandemic. We've seen these hybrid conferences. I speculate, as I once speculated that there might be a landscape information system, that there might be a concept called hybrid landscapes that's worth exploring. One of my ways of testing these hypotheses is to Google it. And if you Google, as I did, hybrid landscape, you come up with a number of intriguing images if you turn on the images button, some of which look not unlike the kinds of things we see from time to time here at DLA, or indeed on the walls and screens of every landscape program that I'm familiar with these days. And so I'm happy to announce that due to popular demand and my unwillingness to let 2021's small victories stand in the way of the gathering that I had certainly hoped for, and that I hope some of you do too, I'm pleased to announce and invite you to the 23rd Annual International, this time approximately next year, which will be held at GSD at Harvard University, in person in as much as that's possible for as many of you as it is possible, and public health and weather allow. I know that it will be in June. I speculate that it will be in the week of June 6th through 10th. I cannot right now pin that date down, so I ask you to pencil in that week and the corresponding weekends for your own planning and travel thoughts. We will fix the date as soon as humanly possible and proliferate it through the usual channels. And my proposed theme for this is the very simple one word: hybrid. We live in an increasingly hybrid world. What hybrid vigor might the hybridization of the real and the virtual offer to landscape architects, urban environmental designers, and planetary citizens? You know, you asked this morning about DLA practice. And sometimes it's been pointed out that digital landscape architecture might be meaningless, because almost all landscape architecture these days is effectively digital anyway, because practice is digital and education are digital. It's just the landscapes that are not digital, and they are at least hybrid. And so I think that this is a rich opportunity and a theme for us to think about and talk about together. You are welcome and invited to come and see Gund Hall at historic
Harvard University, near to that other school down the street, as people say, MIT, with its fancy bent buildings. Access to the Emerald Necklace, a wonderful tree-lined walk through a moderately old American city. The home of Frederick Law Olmsted's National Historic Site, and indeed one of his very finest works, the Arnold Arboretum, which terminates the so-called Emerald Necklace, doesn't terminate, is one of the beads on the Emerald Necklace string of parks that characterize Boston and Cambridge and the Charles River landscape, including some modern work by Reed and Hildebrand. The Vine Garden, which you see in the lower right-hand corner here, is one of the latest additions to the Arboretum, and it's a wonderful place to spend a wonderful day. If you don't know the geography of Boston, you may not realize that we have a Harbor Islands National Park up there in Boston Harbor, which is a wonderful day trip if you're so inclined. A slightly further regional view, you realize that there's much enjoyed Cape Cod and its sandy beaches, or Cape Ann and its maritime history, and even further down the way, but not so far, Long Island and Manhattan Island as well. And so it's full of regional attractions. Logan Airport is readily accessible from all major land masses. Harvard University has now deferred 2 physical commencement ceremonies, such as you see in the lower left-hand corner there. And so it's very possible that next year there will be 3 in a row commencement ceremonies for 2022, 21, and 20. That's bound to complicate, it's one of the complications in our calendar fixing a date already. It's bound to make the city even more crowded than usual during this period of time. But it's a wonderful place to visit. It has history and brick halls and glass buildings and all kinds of wonderful resources. At the GSD, the open structure of Gund Hall with its 500 or so desks under one large truss roof space is a extremely interesting and evocative workspace experience, even if it's empty of students, as it would be in the week that we would be there. And we have a whole bunch of things left over from our previous planning and a whole bunch of new things on our current planning that add to this. If you'd like to join and help organize or have thoughts about how we could make this the best possible thing, please email me at dla2022@gsd.harvard.edu.
Stephen, thank you very much. We are looking very much forward. It's basically like closing a circle with you having to be virtual from one day to the next day last year, and with us not being able to be in presence. Even we had this fantastic organization at the environmental building in Dessau already organized. So we would like that all of us are able to join you, and I need to say thank you to some groups here in the room. The most important thank you goes to Jean Colgan, who has who is our English correction, and she and your wife. Okay. So nearly everything, if you have received something with mistake, it was not from her, but I guess you have received many things with not much mistake, and this is because Jean was basically always correcting the English publication of a journal and of an announcement. Thank you very much, Jean Colgan. She is also in the back team today. And we need to thank 4 persons who run what you call down here Medientechnik. This is the video lab of Anhalt University on the campus in Köthen. This is Professor Strauss and Mr. Ewert and 2 of his assistants. So thank you very much for the Medientechnik in the Hochschule Anhalt. So, and of course, we also are very thankful to the company Strivent, who provided this video conference interface that brings the different communication tools together. And we are sorry that some of the videos seem to have not been running as we had prepared it. We will document all the material, all the visuals, as far as the authors are giving us the right, because they are like the video from Stravis about the studio, the virtual studio. This is just a showcase that you can share with everybody who is teaching studio and will have to teach studio in future, very much likely also partly virtual. And there have been very many presentations like this that have a quality that you can watch it for next years too. So thank you very much. I wish everybody travel grants to come to Boston, okay? Thank you, Steve. Anybody who wants to join in with a last word? Like, I forgot to say thank you to Matthias Peach, who basically was co-chairing this year, because this was much more work than usually, and without his technical team in the background, the lecture sessions wouldn't have worked. And he has brought in his fantastic team, and speaking about Matthias Peach, of course, is also, we don't know if he is as crazy to organize further DLAs at the school. I will stay organizing the journal, and I definitely will help everybody organizing a local DLA. But the call is off for everybody who wants to follow Stephen in 2022. Which our colleagues is interested to organize the DLA on his campus and on his university. So we are open for applications for following up Stephen, and one of them maybe is Matthias, but I don't want to put too much pressure on him, but I'm sure he will once organize the DLA by himself too, and I promise to help, but we are also open for our colleagues who follow Stephen in 2023. So Stephen, you wanted to say something?
I would like the last 3 minutes, if I may have them. So if there's anything else.
Yeah.
I'd like to try a little bit of social and technological experimentation here. If you have a second device, like a cell phone or a laptop or a tablet, that's handy, and it has a web browser on it, that will be great and very useful in the next moment. If you just have the device that you're looking at this on, that's okay too. I'm going to ask you to go to a new URL, open up a new tab and a new URL, and engage in a little web interactivity. And I will now share this screen. I'm going to put this into the chat for the main room. Oh. My name is required. And I'm going to share my screen. And you can go to menti.com, enter that 8-digit number, 96968341, and answer a question. Will you be able to join us at 2022? Yes, physically, yes, virtually, maybe don't know, probably not. This would help my planning a little bit and see if there's anyone that can respond to this. You simply go to menti.com and use the code. Let me try it as well. There's a helpful and honest answer. It's kind of like a horse race. Good. That's what I wanted to see. I know that it's hard to predict on these kinds of things. Anticipate that you will get more questions like this as we proceed, because planning this is going to be interesting and complicated. The word hybrid is going to apply to this conference next year, and the interesting opportunities and complications in that regard are a design problem. These are environments within which we have to live, part of our landscape, if I may say so. And so I've got some thoughts about this, and I'm eager to have other thoughts and ideas helping us organize this. I think we have enough statistics and numbers right now to go on. This is about what I had anticipated and hoped would be the answer. I'm so excited that nobody said probably no, because I've had enough of these DLA things. You see, there's a great appetite for this kind of work, Jörg, as you know. So I'm going to invite you to the final thing, which is not numbers anymore. We are an international community. So I guess it's Auf Wiedersehen.
You think he's doing something? Bye-bye. Aha. This is. Okay. We are missing Auf Wiedersehen still. Bis zum nächsten Mal. You get the German version. So, Jean, come in.
I'm behind somebody. We're split up.
Ups. Oh, falsche Richtung.
If you don't know about word cloud technology, which I assume you do, the colors are random and meaningless, but the size is the frequency of the recurrence of the word in the corpus. So more people have said servus than anything else in this response.
time to say goodbye.
Thank you, Eric and Jean, and all of Matthias and all of the helpers and all of the people from all over the world who've come to be together around this that we think is still one of the most important topics on the planet. Bis zum nächsten Mal.
Ciao, Steven.
Aitien.
Ciao.
Ming Yen Jian.
Yeah.